Not only am I delaying the stream, well, I delayed the stream. The 30 minutes already gone. Delayed the stream for 30 minutes. I still ended up an extra 10 minutes late. I was getting water, but then I also got myself a little snack. Hold on, let me put on some lip balm. Oh no. I got too much. I got myself a little snack because I haven't had anything to eat yet. So I'll quickly snack on that while playing through the game. Okay, I understand why this is such like a small container of like Vaseline. I've mentioned that the lip balm that I like to use is this Vaseline like rose tint lip balm. I like how smooth it is. Other lip balms like dry out immediately and I just don't like the feeling of it. Anyways. I thought I was getting scammed for how much it was how much is actually in the container. No! I pick up a little bit and it's too much. Where's my charger? Hold on. Anyways, me signing in. Hello. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm sorry for the delay today. I saw that Apollo dropped in. They get BR update 4 times in a row. Aww. You're perfectly fine, man. Hell, fuck. I'm still trying to get my shit together from last week. You'd think after last week, like, what, one day? So, the Sunday? Yesterday? The Sunday. That I have my time off. So usually I don't do Sunday streams because I want to make sure that I'm actually resting. I thought that one day would be enough for me to catch up. No, it's still going. My fumble week is still going. So much so that, guys, I didn't even fucking realize that I scheduled my video for the wrong day. It was meant to come out this morning. I was like, where is it? Seems that it's scheduled for the next day. And so I've chosen to double down. I'm too embarrassed. I've chosen to double down. I'll just post it on usual on the Friday. Bro, I give up. It's too embarrassing. So, the Jane shorts that I mentioned, it will come out on the day that I usually post my Friday shorts. And then the actual, the what would have been this week's short, I will post on the Sunday. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's so embarrassing. I feel like once I like fuck up one thing, which was what was it? What was my last one? Fuck. It was the thing where I accidentally scheduled for a stream at 10 AM and not 10 PM. Right? That one Saturday stream. Ever since I fucked up, I'm now like self-conscious and making sure I don't fuck that up. And so because of that, I've come to fuck up something else. It always happens. It's like a chain reaction. I trip once and then now I'm looking at the ground for rocks, but because I'm looking at the ground, I bump into someone walking in front of me, you know? Okay, let me get the game music up because it is very, very loud. Let me actually go into the area because I think the music there is a little bit more tolerable. Not as loud. Do 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 do. Okay, we're going straight in because I'm 30 minutes late today, right? Okay, okay. Y'all don't get a say in it. We're going straight in. Ah, I don't have any wipes while I'm eating this. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the snack that I have is a fucking donut. It's like a very plain, like, sugared donut. Oh, it's hot! Not one for a meal, but you know... It's not better than eating a bunch of chocolates I did last time. My allergy's acting up. I think so. Who cares? Hold on, let me at least have one bite. One bite of this before I start. I will say though, where am I? Where were we? So we've reached Great Britain and we went straight to the Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. Here. This is what I'm trying to remember. So we have the whole ordeal of Kazuma's dead now, and we don't have the lawyer that we need to represent Japan. And now we have to try and convince them to keep us as like a studying lawyer. I forgot how good this tastes. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. You're gonna have an extra bite. The guy we met is very, like, punctual with his time. I have to fully recap everything because I skipped a stream. All I did was skip one stream just so that I could gamble, and now we're here. That's what I get. Male Strongheart. And now we talk to him. I have like one more bite left of the snack. I just ended up eating it all. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city! It's simply splendid, isn't it, Miss Naruhodo? I forgot her voice. I forgot her voice! Okay, the thing is, right, she's 16. When we first met Maya, she was also like 16, wasn't she? So I gave her, like, in my head, quite a young voice, and then even as we grew up older, through Spirits of Justice, I still gave her that kind of same voice. I just wanted to feel mature with it. That was my, like, mindset anyways. But I kind of want to give it to Susato too, because, like, we're meeting a lot of characters that, like, clash with her kind of voice. I want to do that, but it just doesn't feel right because she's so refined. You know he's scary because he's got a shadow on his face. In the middle of his face. Just to look more threatening. Okay. Let me drink my water. And then I'm free from my ASMR eating snacks, okay? This is the sugar that I'm gonna run with today. Hi, Bagel Castle! How are you? Nice to see you again. Mine was 17. Oh! Emma was the one that was 16. I always get the two mixed up because in my head it feels like Emma is like older than Maya. Thank you. There. I'll try and vibe out her voice, alright? So excuse for the nth time that my voice is like constantly changing throughout this game. What is it not during Ace Attorney? It's not like I can read. Oh! You had a wonderful view. Now I have to try and tune it in my head. Doesn't help that canonically they have British voices. I can't do a British accent. Wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm also lost for words. Look at how loud the music is as well. I can't hear myself. I'm glad to hear you like it. City boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. Oopsie, I wasn't meant to click. Why is there no volume slider? It's so loud in my ear. I hope the BGM is fine on stream, by the way. I can't remember if I accidentally changed it or not. There's a London railway station in the game in the middle of Leicester Square? That what you told me last time to pronounce it Leicester? It bothers me. Nothing in this game is real, alright? Let them even though it's based off real world not the point! Let them fuck around with the architecture and the placement of everything. If it's too real, then I'm gonna be led to believe that Phoenix Wright is actually a real person, okay? There's so much excitement. Wait, I didn't read the last thing. Everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. There's so much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition. Great exhibition. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It'll be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Okay. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law student. Okay, this is where it starts. Lord Chief Justice? I think you're expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing! The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours, sorry. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news. Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. Moment of truth. Continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? You misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, at least. That is what I've been led to understand. The thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Isn't that all? Could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who would be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one. It's Miss Susato. It's me. Why is this... Why, like... Why is this scary? Can I fuck up and get a game over? That'd be wild. Actually, there's no one. Can we leave? It's me. If you say you're not technically a lawyer, but if you say could be described as a lawyer, it's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say? Yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And had 𝐢𝐧𝐼 to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Bureau. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short of a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Mr. Sorgi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I will do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set to me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? The opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. Perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Uh-huh. Let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Sorgi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specifically certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? A test? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So let's have you defend someone. Huh? Right now? Timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? That's pretty bad news, because if no one's been appointed, that just means that the other guy's fucked, isn't it? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception, presumably. You read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is to ensure that you don't lose. The defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Sorgi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. It's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Bet! Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it! I can't get the words out! 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So it is as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Did I click the wrong thing? I misclicked before in this game, so I'm like, Choice, I'll do it. No, Choice, I'll do it. I'll do it. Scream at him! ryunosuke! Scream! Shout! Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Miss Naruhodo. Sorry, Miss Susado. But what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it! What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting... Sorry, Inosuke. I don't think he heard what you were saying there. Those really loud automobile that just passed by. I thought it would have been fun. Thought you guys were in the future. Shut up your cars better, please. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo? Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey. Bailey? Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He'll receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? All the vroom vroom noises and I just hear a siren in the distance. Oh my god. Ignore it. Ignore it. Chief Justice! I think there's another crime happening. Oh my god. Please don't expect an answer to every question. Cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. In my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh.
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
Ah, okay. He's gone.
The Old Bailey.
If we're going to do this, Miss Naruto, we must leave at once. I know we shouldn't be talking, but I can't help it. Miss Susato, can I just ask you so- Oh, she's gonna throw us. Careful! From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know! Miss Naruto, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Guess we can't examine the area. Guess we're skedaddling. Oh, I should have read the thing. Oh, well, it's too late. I don't know what that was. Gotta love this angle. 18th February, 9:45 AM. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
Never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. But my teeth were going to rattle loose.
Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. Not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all.
So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruto?
Feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It was like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed.
Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
Top of the morning to you, madam. So, what are yous doing? Follow me, things are fair desperate, are they?
Sorry?
But you look at those expressionless faces from the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need?
No, we're just here because...
I need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. This grand! Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now?
1,000 guineas?
Please, Mrs. Otto, you don't have to shout.
1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestige area of Tokyo.
What? It's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see? I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over.
Could that much rain even fall in one day?
Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money.
That hit me in the eye.
Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving you no strings attached. I've been wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's all embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me, good self here. I'll be in the dark. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you need to do is stand there up next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it up.
I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial?
Blustering blazes, do you not know who I am? Me, one of the London's biggest names. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, then in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? Just called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. Ting! I donated to the city, so I did.
An entire park? In central London?
City of Smiles, that's my vision for London. That's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Yeah, but now they've got to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London boys, I ask, huh? Alright, don't pass out.
Mr. Naruhodo? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath.
Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do it. What was I? Was I after saying, you daft idiot? I give you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, okay, see what's going on here? Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chance of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! That's the only explanation! Well? Well... Not at all. Exactly. No? Not at all! Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer? I mean... Will be the fault of the Reaper! Sorry? Did he just say the Reaper? Aye. The Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Baroque Van Zeek. Zeeks is the prosecutor.
The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper?
Am I pronouncing his name correctly? Van Zeeks? Is that as straightforward? Stands for the prosecution. They call the accused his sacrificial lambs. To this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. It says a living legend of the Old Bailey.
Goodness. Lord Baroque Van Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then.
Talented isn't the word you're looking for, ma'am. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, it's time. Well then, fella, don't let me down.
But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened.
Though you showed your face, yeah? That made up me own mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there.
How would that have worked?
Then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? It's no accident, I can assure you of that. This fate. So don't get cold feet now, please.
I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused.
In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Isn't that all though? The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in the courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes. Something that 𝐢𝐧𝐼 would have never have allowed to happen. Counsel for defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. Are we right there?
Ooh, this is intense.
It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. Hope you're watching over me, 𝐢𝐧𝐼. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this.
We're so cooked. We are so cooked. We are fucked beyond belief.
Oh my god, there's fire.
Why even the sound effect of the fire is so damn loud?
Oh no, let me catch up.
Why does it autoplay? Hold on. Stop it. Stop it. Sorry, hold on.
So it's the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey.
Hold on. Let me make sure I stay in here. Nothing happens. Okay. Which country's capital is Panama City? I don't know. I recognize the city name. I don't know where though. Game's unleashing my imperial British nationalism. Help! Or some Spanish God save the Queen if he mentions British Empire once more. Not looking forward to what our interaction is with the Chief Justice, I'll be honest, because he's very neutral at the moment. I was like expecting to like hate him or something, but he's pretty like in the middle. I can understand what he means by resolve. Maybe it's not exactly what we need, but it's not like, to me at the moment, it's not harmful. Like, I can't really hate the guy for his beliefs. It doesn't exist here to deport criminals. Moreover, this historically inaccurate as capital punishments were rare. I thought you're trying to not spoil yourself of the story. Burger Castle. You gotta hold back. By the way, I missed it. Why did Susato come to Great Britain with Naru?
She was admitted as the judicial assistant. So for the study tour, you need one assistant and one lawyer. So the one lawyer being 𝐢𝐧𝐼, and then the assistant, which is her, was allowed to come. So the reason why she's not going back is because they still need the study tour technically needs those two requirements. That's all they need. I can't help but wonder, wow, judicial assistant at 16, studying abroad must be so terrifying, but you know, it is what it is. She's so capable. I trust my life in her hands. Look it up on Google Maps. It's as big as an entire village. Isn't it? Hyde Park. Jesus, fuck! Wait. Wait, really? Oh, wait, that's really big. There's a whole ass river. Oh. Open. Closes 12 a.m. Jesus Christ, that's massive. Does it say the site? No, I can't see it. Having Google Maps open hurts my eyes because it's on light mode. It hurts. I'm closing it. I'm not gonna look at it anymore. It's funny how they try to pin all this info, the real life info onto these fictional characters and trying to like bullshit it. Thanks, Capcom. Oh, hi, Leon. Good morning. How are you? How are you people? I'm doing okay today because I was already 13 minutes late today. I'm fumbling so much. Pronouncing it right, but as in likes. So Van Zykes? So it's either... Oh, we can't really see it. Hold on. Can I read the history? What was it? Baroque? No, Baroque. Von... Where? Lord Baroque Van Zykes. Not Zeeks, Zykes. What sounds better, I guess. But if it Zykes, Van Zykes probably makes more sense. Panama, it's the capital of Panama. I forgot that was a country. Ah! So many car noises today. Dropping my because boss hates me. Aww. A lot of people work on my ass. You all have fun. Thank you for stopping by, boy. Good luck through work. Okay, all the noises in the back are messing with my head. Hold on. Let's get this over and done with. After I drink water. Gotta prep myself for the trial. Susato-san, I'm nervous. So it's the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable. Isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. Feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. What? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Eh? Is that Van Zykes? A judge not being bored is something I'm just gonna have to get used to in this game.
The judge will always have a normal voice, guys, by the way. As much as I joke about me being a grandma, I can't actually do an old man voice. I can't do an elderly voice. I'll destroy my vocal cords that way. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Your voice is gonna... How old are you? Are you like Von Karma? Wait, why is he actually kind of... 32! Such a young Reaper. But he's such got a muted color palette. Oh my god. Why does he look like a vampire though? He's like so drained of color.
Prosecution is fully prepared.
That must be the Reaper of the Bailey.
He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry.
But he asked if the defense was ready. I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
He's got his little crat as well. Ahoy!
Those eyes please me. Nipponese.
Hmm?
They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
What the fuck? Ugh, a cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes.
Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? Stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
He had nothing to lose like 20 minutes before the trial started, so like, I feel like he's grand, if anything. As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. You hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day. Mother, please may we go and play in McGilded Park.
It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. It's definitely welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. Surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded. A most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected to your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
Hello? One of them's got a weapon in his hand, but let's ignore it. One of them is knitting. What are you holding? Oh, very, very different characters. Jury number 1. Yes, my lord, if the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Ah, of course. It's alcohol, of course. I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Miss Naruhodo, these people are... The jury, yeah. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 juries. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the juries determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view.
How exactly do the juries give their verdict?
That I don't know, but I'm sure it'll become clear as the trial progresses.
Yes. Prosecution, Van Zykes. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. Thought you'd renounce your fame. Known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. What brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? He's very nice to look at. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. The Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback?
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruto.
I'm so nervous too. It's not just 𝐢𝐴. Okay. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. It's blank. Wait, no, of course, you're not showing it up to us. It's to you. I can see it. It's okay. It's okay. The incident took place in the late evening 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as thrice-fired mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical office at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Autopsy report, prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. Crime scene photograph. Photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from the view by an old crooked hat. That's an interesting thing to note down. Alas, we're just gonna... If you're gonna take a photograph, make sure you take it from fucking bottom angle, guys. One further item of evidence. Prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Oh, good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? My nose is itchy. Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Pretty damning evidence! Yes, I'll accept these as evidence as well. Defendant's leather gloves. The leather gloves
the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident, there is a blood stain on the right glove. How did I get into this? I'm backseated to a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of the passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other... Is this what you mean by simplicity? Was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Wait! Ah! Oh! Rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Oh, of course, I have no recollections of such things. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken away with this tiredness, and I've always succumbed to it. Claiming to have been asleep. It's the motion of the carriage, my lord. Littling, so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I've never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So blood got onto his gloves then, after the man had been killed. Fortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to this precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed.
Grandma! You stopped knitting! You gotta keep knitting!
Order? The killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. No witnesses to the crime. This is not a case of compelling evidence. Excuse me. It's a nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. It's fair play, I'm a banker in the city. My name's first. Lady first. I am, make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Right. Yes, sir, that's right, sir. Where's my eyes at? Ah, hey, fever! Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Witness, just the name. That's a cool font. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. Victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Oh, that's right, he stabbed him! I screamed, I did! Couldn't help it! Oh, goodness. Hold on. I just had to let a vicious cough out. Sorry. As soon as I'd heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. That's it. Oh god, we are... yeah, unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, Counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage.
How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses?
Huh?
Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus?
Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. Arrange for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is.
What do you mean? The actual scene? How?
Carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much.
Yes?
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building.
Here? What? The entire carriage?
Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus.
You can... Oh my god, it's in here!
So that's an omnibus. Hey, omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers.
Ooh, a diagram.
4 passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin, another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
What a shit design.
A skylight? Oh! Penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight.
That makes perfect sense.
Oh, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced a crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I'd like to submit the omnibus as itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
Omnibus! The 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime. There were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night.
Can't believe it, the entire crime scene entered as evidence.
Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary.
Could help myself a lot by giving the omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let's continue with proceedings then. Cross-examination, Counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights.
You got this.
Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus! ryunosuke. Focus.
Oh my god, what is... Oh my god, the aesthetic. Yeah. Hold on, sorry, let me catch up on your message. Barak Van Dykes. If I want his last name, Van Dykes. Baroque. I need to remember Baroque. Because I remember that I thought I read Baron. But no, it's Baroque. It's K. What palace does the British monarch reside in? You just look at the map of London. At least try to name the other palace you just saw. Just... what? All I did was look at the park, zoomed out, look how big it is, zoom back in and zoom back out. You think I'm gonna read anything else on the map? No, I don't know. Doraemon started working at the age of 10. He probably still yearns the mines and nostalgia. Fuck no. No. Must be a rich politician or corrupt police head. I can't remember what the conversion is. Like, I know it's worth a lot, like, different back then. But you reminded me that I actually don't know the conversion to with pounds. Like, the two currencies that I'm used to seeing, like, the exchange rate of is US and Japanese yen. Mainly Japanese yen because I'm actually watching the exchange rate for that one regularly. But with US, I have like a pretty like general like estimation. Another inconsistency with the history. England has 5 droids, I believe, and Scotland 7. That one's interesting then. Why did they add an extra person? Maybe it has to do with the story? Or maybe they just wanted it to be like symmetrical. Granted, 5 would have been fine with just 1 in the middle, but you know, it's the symmetry. Hi Apollo, how are you? Buckingham Palace. I don't even know what to expect from you anymore. You expected something from me? Oh my god. You shouldn't. I don't know why you choose to let that emotion like, continue with anything. With anything that I could know. I don't know anything. Like, I need you to understand that. There's nothing in Miyuu's head. This brain? Empty. It's hollow. Anytime I knock against it, you can hear the echo. £1 equals $2. Like, is it just straight up doubled, is it? Huh. Because most of the conversion rates that I'm used to is like through USD. That's any other currencies I really don't know. We're gonna be our update because I haven't done one in like 3 weeks. Take your time, man. I look forward to whatever you do post it, alright? Don't worry too much about being consistent and like pushing out an update. You gotta make sure you cook that properly. God forbid you accidentally fuck something up, you know? Especially if it's like kits or something. That's the last thing you want to mess up. What's the largest city in the world? I actually don't know. I don't know any trivia. Is it a city in the US? If it's anywhere else in the world. I was gonna say something, but no, I definitely wouldn't know. Oopsie, don't present. I wanted to check my... Oh, it is present in mine. Should I examine? Okay, the dialogue said to examine it, but where would you even start? Tokyo, but you know from anime. They don't say that shit in anime, so how would I know? Also, even if they did, I don't actually watch that much anime. The last anime I watched was from like 2 years ago. And even if it was from 2 years ago, that was like one anime. I didn't even grow up watching anime either. That's a fun fact actually, by the way, guys. A lot of people say this to me, but they thought that I would have known anime. I would have like grown up with anime. Like it would have been in my childhood, but I didn't actually grow up with it, no. I only started watching anime in like my teens. But all I did was watch like shoujo and like some shonen. I don't watch as much anymore. I don't watch any anymore. I miss those days though, but I don't have time to even watch a show. Oh, there's the blood. Wait, let me see. What's like a general thing that I can examine? Examine everything.
So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. You must have a wonderful view of London's London streets from up here. Do people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? That's what I was thinking. Why are the two men up there, not inside the carriage? Was it too awkward?
I'm sure you've looked around Britain for like around the area a lot, right? You'd get sick of the sights. Wouldn't you want to stay inside? Not with the wind against you? Maybe that's just me.
And have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late.
There's really nothing else but like the top bit here and then like
I wish they did the tick thing here as well.
You know how in like when you're in the investigations like area, when you're examining the scene, there's a tick mark for what you have examined. It doesn't do that here.
You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
That's not good for us. Messing up kit gives Nog. Wait, I can't read from the. Hold on, I have to scroll. 500% crit damage on accident. That one's on you. Hold on, 500%. They have time to watch shows. Proceeds to grind gacha games and stream for 9 hours. Yeah, because they make me happy. Is that wrong? I like playing the game. If there's no anime that I want to watch, of course I'm just gonna, keep playing the games that I like? To me, that's just... doesn't that make sense? There's like no animes that I really care about anymore. That's why I stopped watching it. And all the time that I have now is just on like playing the games that I can. Like guys, Rarely do I play like any other game off stream, like by myself. If it is a gacha game, like, well, of course, because I've been like playing gachas for years and I'm used to the grind, so I can make time for in between. But I don't mind it. This... I don't know what I can examine. This is such a different like piece of evidence. I'm not used to this.
Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we?
Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. Oh, what the fuck? We're inside.
Now that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. The focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event.
Oh, let me examine the seat. See, it looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really.
Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here.
A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they?
The seat has a handle, it seems.
Oh.
This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. There's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway.
It's only one side with the handle anyways. Oh, that's it's the same one. It's the same one. The same one. Crystal Tower. Anything else that I can examine? Before, can I look up?
Quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck.
There doesn't appear to be a handle or hatch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Okay. That's blood that's soaked into the sea. The victims, obviously.
Yes, and the sea would clearly be visible from the roof deck.
Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder?
Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Can we just examine the door instead of leaving?
Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then.
No, we okay! That's fine, let's just look around anyways. If I missed anything, which I'm pretty sure I didn't, but... I'm just gonna believe I haven't. Like the skylight and then like this area here, and then we've got the other side with the door. Wait, how do you... Climbing in through here must be so fucking annoying. I was told to do a thorough examination, but there really isn't nothing that I can see. Anything broken or something? Anything out of place? Wait, I just realized. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. There's some suspicious handwriting right there. I didn't even fucking realize that. Oh my god. And click this one more time. It should be... Okay. Okay. We'll leave. Let me look at the other evidence again. Okay, I'm assuming the only thing I can examine is the blood. The blood? The blood? This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Heck. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ugh, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Like, is there ever a point this magnifying glass becomes real? Like, real useful? Or is it just here for, like, people that want to, like, just look a little bit closer? Okay, am I missing something? It's a nice thing to have, I guess. Victim. Name, thrice fired Mason, male, age 54, occupation brickmaker. Time and cause of death, 15th of February, 10 PM to 11 PM. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst adjourning in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Armband! An armband inherited from Kazuma. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. Wait. Lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look. Kazuma Sogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on the study tour in Great Britain. Sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. And he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. Scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law, and they are warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. And if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more spacious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. Don't forget to look at the... Oh wait, I can't do that here, I forgot. I can't look at... I can't look at, fucking... witnesses on that screen. I gotta do it when I'm, like, pressing. My allergies. Yeah, there you go. $34. 21. The grind never stopped, exactly. I feel like the second you find yourself succumbing to God is like, yeah, that's you're gonna. But there was a good period where I stopped playing gachas because there just wasn't any gachas that I wanted to play anymore. Like my favorite gacha stopped, like, what's the word? I stopped working on it, so
It was a bad period. So I stopped playing gachas. That was when I was actually playing games, when I actually had time, and now it's switched again. Exact reason I stay away from gacha games, because I won't stop. I always, like, when I show people, like, the gacha games I'm playing, they're like, oh, that looks so cool, I want to, like, try. I'm like, no. No, you don't. You don't actually want to try that. That is a... That feeling is not real. Do not trust it. You just want to look at the pretty characters. Keep it that way. Exact reason I can't get out. I've asked, did you have any thoughts about the second BR update? The questions on Arinda's lore. Or nothing is coming to mind, I'll be honest. I don't think I had anything when I read through it. I might reread it again to see, but the fact that nothing comes to mind means that I think it's fine. No problem, I haven't made any characters. Simple enough, weak enough to act as 4 stars. You don't need them to be weak. As someone that likes 4 stars, you know, you can make them strong too. But I get what you mean by simple enough, because 5 stars are supposed to be the one that are like, you know, like the most important within the story. Like secondary characters, like supporting characters. It is surprising that you haven't gotten a single one though. But I guess, you know, you're focusing on like every aspect of the game, to be fair, so I don't blame you not thinking of any 4 stars either. I feel like that's something you can just pick up when like you go through the story. When you continue to like flesh out the story, you like start to like throw in characters. Because you gotta have like what? Relationships between characters, and so those relationships that people can like relate to. A lot that I see in gacha games is like a trio of people. So that could be like a starting point. Like a band. Nah, I can't cook. I'll just burn it. Don't worry about it. But that's my thought. What was the sentence? Was the last bus of the evening certificate? Okay. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. No other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. Quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. None. Like, if they ever have, like, a reaction, we'll hear it, right? Like, it'll be like a cough or something, right? So I can just keep going. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening that last bus of the day. Oh. Excuse me, I got jump scared. Alright, someone walked into my room. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything and only making 20 pence on the run, you see? Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. complaining about your wages here. Let the public know. Let the public know. Underpaid. You saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right! When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. Yeah, they were sitting side by side. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Eh? Wait, this angle is interesting. There's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Miss McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. Couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget... Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. Ugh, I really wish there was. Reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Why were you looking down? You actually saw the exact moment it happened. And I already testified to that. Or our fair dinkum, hard-working city banker is not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail. That's my lord. Jury number 3. What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something, or other than that, they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, you got it for me. There's no point of wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. You can't just do that. What? You can't do that. That's not fair. Wait, so if they ever change their mind, what happened? What? That's precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow juries. Oh my god. Oh my god! What is happening here? Is that the help? Let me see. I guess it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocence and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. You could just do that in the middle of the thing? So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Haha, this is a nightmare. Only 2 out of 6, like we're so quick. You stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly. That huge great knife. Grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they were more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First?
Yes? Yes, sir?
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief, yes, that's it! That's the very one, sir! Is that?
Yes, Counsel, this is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
That's my seat.
That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
Ugh, please, no.
M for Magnus perhaps, or McGilded possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Nice little objection. But there's M's everywhere! Yes, like in Mason!
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to accused. Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel.
Third weapon! A largest knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggests it must be quite valuable. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Ah, jury number 2, go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However,
Oh my god!
those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about?
Dispose of the rubbish.
No!
I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I've painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts.
As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion.
Cooked! We are so cooked!
Not again! That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it! Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark.
Suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly.
We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But...
Right. I'll keep trying. Can't give up. Just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was.
By the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
And then the other passenger had that knife I'm sorry, in his hand like this.
By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
And then he punched it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
What? How are you able to see it?
What did you say? Sometimes heard the scream. You heard a scream before the stabbing? Or do you heard the scream, looked back, and then you saw him as he stabbed? My lord, I wish to speak! Yes, jury number 5, do I take it that you too, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, so I said to myself. You said to yourself? But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, 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 please, just keep an open-minded little... Gee up now, Silver Blaze! The finish is in sight! Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. You guys, this is the first fucking cross-examination. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Ugh, this is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 juries agree to condemn this man. Madam Jury number 6?
Yes, dear? What can I do for you?
I've heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. You've got my hearing, you know?
And pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Oh, dear. The thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilda Park, it's called. But a gentleman donated it to the city, you know? To put a smile on the Londoners' faces, he said. Can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life.
He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right. A man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilda Public Library later and borrow some books? Shut up! How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? Uh-oh! What kind of man is he? Philanthropist? Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. You're resorting to gossip? To rumors? To accusations? That's not very prosecution of you. Is this defamation? Is this classified as such?
I've never heard any mention of that before.
The faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? Possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that.
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It'll come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. Let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Goodness gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. Fuck! I don't believe it.
I might add something briefly.
Mrs. Uddle?
You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim?
Wait, you had a bottle of wine right there? I didn't even see it.
Oh god, you remind me of Godo. He just had coffee everywhere he went.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Haha, there it is. Lord Van Zyke's hallowed chalice.
How can this be considered acceptable?
I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I'd heard ladies from the Far East who show great courage, but didn't expect to experience it myself.
As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You'll find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh,
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence.
Oh my god, we're so fucked.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and toast to the
enigmatic East
at the same time. Marvelous toast, counsel. I'll gladly accept this new evidence. Debtor's ledger. Catalogue of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest. Includes the victim who owed
20 guineas. High rate of interest.
Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Incredibly, madam, that is the modus operandi. Sorry, my nose of the accused. What if I just play with my nose? No, I can't. I can't breathe that way.
And such a pretty,
Sorry.
a little part too, what a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Ah! Wait a minute, let's think about this a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense.
Ah, GG! That didn't last very long now, did it?
That was it. The last jury's decision.
According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, all proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
Final verdict. It's over then.
Oh! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote.
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing.
Oh. Yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. A footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next?
Oh yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the juries at this point. Summation? Examination?
Objection!
Summation examination. From which century has that term you have there been resurrected?
Ah?
Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text in British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practicized. Fuck, my nose. So you're out of luck.
Oh.
Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? The so-called summation examination.
Oh. One moment, I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese.
Right, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
They can reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. The procedure had been something of formality with no practical benefit, really. It rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense.
Sorry.
Barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Fuck it, we bowl!
Summation examination, our last possible option. We said our right to carry it out or admit defeat. Sorry.
Let's just give up. I'm sure we'll live out Kazma's dream in some shape or form.
Said I right. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. Defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness.
It's your fault for coming back to the courtroom now, my man. Should've chosen another day.
For men, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? I'm not There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so...
Letter?
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Oh my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot!
This is most irregular. A mention of this was made before.
I don't really hold with all this justifying luck.
That seems to have thrown the juries off.
Seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then. Summation examination. The defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. Might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. To be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus guilty of this most serious crime.
Is this like just more testimonies, but like on steroids? It is. Judicial findings.
The jury's contentions.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it had to have been him.
Trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
That was a scary pose. He stuck the chap next to him just like this, brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen.
Simply type and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the local conclusion.
Local, why did I say local? Logical! Logical conclusion. Logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fairfax is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. On the floor? I wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the juries don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they?
Let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruto.
Take your time. I'm dealing with my hay fever.
According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? Thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately. Once the juries have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then...
They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they become.
What on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about the British law, Mr. Naruto.
Right. Sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jury's own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding juries against each other.
See, since contradictions in what 2 or more juries says that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh! Yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements and pit the juries against one another to break them down. Alright? I'll be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. We start proceedings, counsel. I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord?
You mechanic! Let's bowl! Jury examinations. Jury.
Yeah, I didn't read that. The font is hard to read. The defense's rebuttal. Let me drink some more water. For example, I have Parker, who's the bouncer for Arcana, the space casino. He was intended to be 4-star, and right now his kit is reservation March 7th plus Flower plus Play plus Adventuring. Bit complex. That is very complex if it's all 4 of those characters. I can understand 3, but 4?
But I guess that makes sense.
You're just gonna have to try and simplify it, I guess.
Or at least, there is some 4-stars that have complex, like, mechanics to them. But, like, the output of their damage, let's just say, isn't, like, the equivalent of a 5-star. There's even some 4-stars, you know, are, like, pretty hard, or, like, or complex to play. That or it just takes time anyways, but like, you know. But I can kind of get what you mean where if you are starting a game, I think simplicity, like, as simple as possible is best, because if you have like... If you go too complex at the start for like any characters, then anyone that plays is gonna have difficulties to continue playing because it's just too much. Like how, there's like brief descriptions now that you can toggle in Star Rail. I think that's so cool for the UI. Granted, it doesn't like make the text any smaller, but it makes it easier for people that are like casual players in Star Rail. I think that's good. Give me an instrument to make a character for, please. Running out of ideas. But shouldn't it be like for whatever the area is, though? If it's just I don't know any instruments either. Fuck. This is like a wild one for me to say, but my first thought was like the kalimba. That was like the first instrument that came to mind. I'm not too sure why. A kalimba. There's no one else inside the carriage. I can press them, right? How do you... Okay, let me save first. In case I like misclick something. Which I definitely will, but you know. Do I just press as normal? I think so.
Hold it!
Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGill did well alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But could there be some other explanation, something we haven't considered yet? Such as?
Well, perhaps that's something we could all work out together now.
Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. We're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Ugh.
Well, yeah, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he?
Oh, I'm going to have to pit the juries against one another, like Susato-san said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people's assertions is the only way I'm going to succeed.
Well, there's like the small one with the metal arms for each, no, right? Yeah, like the one where you like fling it. Like they're all like in a little line and like yeah. Hope that can help. Somehow. For some reason that was the first thing that came to mind.
Hold it!
But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? Manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single penny can mean the difference between life and death after all, can't it?
That's a saying in your country?
My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir.
Does that bitch really need any more polishing?
So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGill in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Ah, now wait a minute. One of the other juries mentioned something about money, I think.
Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jury's statements again, Mr. Naruto. You notice the inconsistency in what 2 different juries are saying?
I should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see if I can do just that.
Not until I press everyone, especially this fucker. Crazy, look at him.
Careful? You could hurt somebody with that. If I want to talk, what of that sword hanging from your waist, hmm?
No, that's just my battered soul. Oh, no! Kazuma! Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. Or the same, or stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes, you mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it?
Are you mad, man? We know that that small shorty is a rotten Shylock.
Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but...
So Naruto, please be careful what you say.
If he's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate, then as far as I'm concerned, he's as guilty as sin. The man can hang.
Well, you can't pull out the knife.
Come to think of it, didn't one of the other juries have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities? I think it was the grandma.
That's your theory.
I'll never get anywhere. Let me fucking press everyone first! Oh my god. I don't... No, hold on.
What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I'm recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings. What have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derisively at your remarks 7 times in total. And I might add, each time you have gawped like a simpleton. Thank you. And what's the point exactly? Anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? That is the conclusion I have drawn as a result of the copious notes I have typed. Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-keeping. This is going nowhere.
Hold it!
That's how much it costs us to take the omnibus. That's right, as the guild master, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. One fare no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see? Car? Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers, you mark my words, and it's all that rascal fault he has to pay. Is it the crime or his buses he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. If the driver says he saw him do it, that fella in the dock is as guilty as sin.
Hold it!
I really think you should stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? The hideous man stabbed the poor fellow just like this. Yes, that is what he said, you're right. The Gilda Park is such a lovely little place too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. And I thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Oh, she's so sad. Whoever would have thought he was a miserable, murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse. Oh, help. He's as sure can be that he's guilty now. The lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? We just need to find 2 juries with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Which is much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How did you know? Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in just such a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It is a little long, I'm afraid. Please go ahead. Go for it. Very well, listen to this. During the summation examination, you will hear the assertions of the 6 members of the jury. In this situation, the counsel for the defense should pit with impunity. Impunity. Having done so, you will be able to compare the chosen assertion with those of the other juries. Select the corresponding buttons to listen to the other jury's assertions again. Note that you cannot choose the assertion of the jury you initially selected, nor can you choose assertions of juries who have changed their leaning to not guilty already. Once you've compared the various juries' assertions, work out which 2 contradict each other, and then pit them together and pull them apart. See, she wasn't joking when she said it was long. First step is to listen very carefully to what each individual jury has to say. Then I'm sure you'll start to see which ones might not quite agree with each other. Right then, let's get this right now, so I never have to listen to that long, boring explanation again. That's the spirit. Right, we're safe for the nth time now that I'm finally gonna pit them against each other. I might go for the stabby. Oopsie. Oh, maybe I should do the pence. Maybe I'll do the pence. Because I just want to see these two duke it out, that's why. Like an ass on some lovely lady, you know?
Objection.
Will this work? Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
So on Silver Blaze's main and name, I have the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And jury number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair, inconvenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication,
It would be 16 pence.
exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, or precisely 1 person's affair. 1 person's fare? Yes! In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Goodness gracious! This can't be right! The coachman of the guild are good honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. You watchword, good sir, is a phallus. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Right then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end him?
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side on the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. You're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo? You guys work fast, don't you? How we are in this situation, aren't we? It's all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same.
Ooh, we've got 2! Wait, this makes it more exciting, I'm not gonna lie. For the love of Mike, not you as well.
Penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Well done, Mr. Nadador. You did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jury's minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more? Actually. There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
That's where you must strike next.
So I need to pit 2 more juries against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Let me read the other 2 again.
Exactly, you can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Yeah, and so we have the floor again. Continue with the summation examination.
Changing my leaning to innocence, I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself.
Grr, Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. No, guilty, I say. Hers was unuseful. It'd have to be these two, no? I should save again because I went through that whole ordeal. I save, but I still take the L anyways. But you know, like, it's a good habit, okay?
Objection.
These two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Please say.
But dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? I've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the exact moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, jury number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ah, want to test me, do you? It was like this! Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, jury number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the, victim, madam?
Oh, well, yeah, as far as I understand it. It was like this. They stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move! Take a look at these two juries. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. Oh my god!
That's my stitches, what a model.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
I say, why dearie me? Kind of buy people telling lies.
Gamer!
The scales.
I don't believe it! Wait, now hear this, my fellow juries, I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit, he's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. What about your suit? If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all of this? Answer me this, Dark Jigs. Huh? Me. Well, exactly is the problem. What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. This old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Well, that's what you're believing. We have to continue the trial to figure that out! God, you're so annoying! Well, you're calling a dandy, sir. Why, I should take this knife to you. Oh, you're calling old. Well, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. Ah, I love the court. This was a murder trial, but we're about to have another murder in the trial. Could the foreman of the jury be right? The two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime. It's possible it's out of the question. I don't remember the statements for me to answer that question. I say it's possible. That's why we need to ask. I'm procrastinating. I'm gonna avoid my responsibilities and then look at the evidence instead. Portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside?
It's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from my great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside.
Well, let's see what we find.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness.
What is it?
Look at this! Do you see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay. Does that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Ah, yes, of course, the banker! Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
Ooh. Among the defendant's list of debtors is Bruce Fairplay, who would have been due to repay his loan imminently. Not really anything else, is there? Okay. Oopsie! I was meant to click again.
That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? Huh?
Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades.
Oh? Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist.
That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. That was a very nice thing for him to say. What's the initials? Oh, right here. An ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial.
And it's beautifully gilded too. Must be very valuable, I should think.
Ah.
What is it?
Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything.
A W?
Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it.
I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M.
Oh. The idea was quickly quashed. I agree. You can tell because of here. This bit here. Anyways. Ugh, that looks a lot like blood.
It truly is blood, the victims.
Ugh. Englishman's blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood.
Did you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. Finding a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand.
We're back! I still haven't decided.
Let me try to remember what you said before.
Ah, fuck, cause I examined shit. It's all gone now. Never mind. Never mind, it's gone now. It's gone now. Ah, fuck, there's no history for me to look through. Fuck it. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark gents? Come out! Come on, come out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer clear everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. So the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime as proven by... Oh, I should have known it would come down to evidence. Hold on. up because he couldn't have been on the floor? But, oh, I don't know! It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. Two different moments of the same crime. Two different moments of the same crime. Why did I fuck up the history? I should have reread it before. Was it the coachman that said it? I don't remember the statement! No! Who were the two that was pitting if- oh my god, I'm cooked! Two different moments of the same crime. Two different moments of the same crime. What is it? Oh, short-term memory be fucked. Be absolutely damned. Was it the coachman? It was the coachman, no? Did the coachman say- the coachman was the one that said, and then the bank- wait, no. No, but no, it's the two guys in the sky. Look. He saw. This guy was the one that just heard the scream and then looked, yeah. I'm gonna have to take an L here. I just don't know with which evidence. My brain is like photograph because floor. He wasn't ever on the floor. I'll take the L. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Two pieces of evidence. Is it the carriage? Two different moments. In other words, victim was stabbed 2 times. We have evidence that clearly oh, that's what you fucking mean. Wording be damned. Wording be fucking damned.
Take that!
As the victim's autopsy report, according to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely once. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Herg! Oh. Alright. I can see defeat. Oh. Wait. That means 4 juries are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Miss Naruto. We won! What are you playing at, you daddy for? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. We had a consensus. I said, shut your trap! No lie when I see one. If the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. That knife is being absolutely violated. Oh my god, please tell me he's a barber. I hope I never have to watch that animation again. In a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The juries now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. The trial must continue. Get owned, Van Dykes! Hereby ask the defense, prosecution, witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Hold on, let me catch up with your message. Oopsie, I clicked. Oh my god, it keeps clicking. I just. Sir. Stop it. Stop your animation. I don't give a shit. Say something. Say something! Oh. Oh my god, he's gonna destroy me. Anyways. When I send images through YouTube chat, it's a link situation again, and as you know, links don't work because of the chat moderation that I set up. The YouTube chat moderation that I turned on. I think what you said earlier, you're correct about gacha games having the Break 3! Found something, each gacha game has the introductory class, a group of characters that introduce mechanics, like March 7th with Shield, Scarfa with Dot, and Himiko with Follow-Up. Yeah, exactly! Like, very, like, pretty simple to, like, pick up anyways. Like, they can still be, like, interesting kind of mechanics, but, like, at its core, simple to understand. And make it as, like, beginner as possible. So one of the introductory class, I cut as Himiko because the follow-up, it has a different trigger. Yeah. Game-wise, so I'd rather work on the introductory class after I did the Kalimba guy. Yeah, do that! That might help, what's the word? A change of pace. I think that'll be like a good change of pace. Rather than focusing on the casino. So you can go check Saturday's stream comment. Noted! This reminds kind of scuffed, so sorry in advance. Don't apologize, you're fine. It's funny how the comments are like your little notes area though. I'm more than happy to read it. If anything, thank you. Thank you for writing this stuff down. Not just myself, but anyone else that's interested in the Broken Record updates. This very, very hype. Exciting. That's exciting. I need to do that after stream. Okay. Okay. Van Zyks had a outburst.
Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of his hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
You, sir, are so polite, aren't you? I can't hate you. You haven't, like, done, like, an arrogant outburst yet. You're just, to me, you just remind me of Edgeworth, where you're just, like, following rules. Your own set of rules and what your beliefs are. But he's still, like, somewhat polite. He still has, like... What's the word? I can't think of a word, but the best word that I can think of is like elegance, if it just doesn't feel right, but whatever. Lord Van Dykes. Is it cold in here? Is it just me? This antiquated tome no doubt says, prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored her deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I've overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter.
Why only 3 of them reacted? That's interesting.
Nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Oh god, he's tripped! Is this gonna happen every time? Are you gonna slowly take each clothing off? I'm gonna be honest, sweetie. I don't think that's appropriate in the court of law. However, I'm not necessarily against it.
Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to
endure.
Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it. You saw in the end the coachman, I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you'll be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You need to explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
Various misgivings.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear on it, but well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that bud cuddling side as well. It's all too much.
Are they throwing him under the bus?
Hell yes, I'm McGilded stabbing that man, everything I said before he stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him, yes he did, I think so, yes.
Ow. Fuck. 7 pence, you say?
Counsel, makes sense of this for me, please. Phantom, 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. Confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little... Excuse me?
Cousinage, the practice of deception. Trickery. Cousinage.
Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board, you know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging your passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold and the last one of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. So sorry.
So it's true. You're a disgrace, Beppo, disgrace. Your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
For passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
No, that... Again. My hay fever is like... ballistic today. Sorry.
It would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. The counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. Is you intend to continue the parlor games?
Absolutely. Ryunosuke, you got this. Copy and paste it from my Samsung notes. As scuffed as it gets. No, roughly 5 instruments? I was barely able to think of one. That'll be useful to the main cast. No, I can't have that responsibility. If it's my choice, I will make all 5 of them ukuleles. That's your choice, then! 5 ukuleles sound kind of funny. Make it like 5 different kinds of like guitars then. That's how they band together, I don't know. Because I know there's some Eastern like instruments. Eastern like string instruments. I can't remember what they're called, but there's a lot of them. If I can give you one instrument. If I can give you one instrument. What is it called? What is that instrument called? Fuck. It's like a circle. It's a circle. It's a circle instrument, and then you like lightly tap on it, and it's like dun 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 dun. Does that make sense? It's like it's not a sphere, but it's a square, like it looks like a upside down dish, and you like tap on it. That was like the next instrument that came to mind. Is it metal? I already have a handpan character. Well, then I've got nothing more. Fuck. I can't think of instruments. This is what I get for not being... Nothing else is coming to mind. The only thing is like flute, but I don't know if you have that already. Right, too. Any other interesting instruments? I haven't a clue because I don't know anything about music. At best, it's like Eastern like string instruments that come to mind, but I just don't know what they're called. I know there's like I saw someone on YouTube, they uploaded a cover with like it's like a long like rectangle, and it's a string instrument, and they play it like horizontally, and then I don't know what it's called. Let's see if I can search it up. Oh, my eyes are itchy! Hay fever be damned! The 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨? 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨? It's a Chinese instrument. I saw a lot of covers like of it on YouTube. Someone used the instrument as to play some covers. Either covers or like original songs, I can't tell. It's actually a really pretty instrument. Pretty sure you can see. Was this one in Star Rail? What am I thinking of another game? No, I'm thinking incorrectly, no. It was a different instrument. Beyond me, anyways.
Hold it!
I'll take another of my MEP tablets. It's gonna make me drowsy, but fuck. I'm like suffering right now. Ah! There are only 4 passengers on your carriage. You didn't charge them the standard 4p fare.
Is that right?
It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was just so cold. It was all I could do to stop myself passing out. Did overtime exist? Yeah. When did overtime pay exist?
I'm getting chilblains just listening to you.
It's terrible. So I want to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the only omnibus that night, then we would have another suspect.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5p instead of 4? Well, I paid 5p too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5p across the board. Something to be proud of.
The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort.
I feel something in my eye. I'm handicapped, guys. I'm handicapped.
Much like the Phantom Killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I've been happy if it had even ever existed in the first place.
He ordered us on the ferry, he did.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. Loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Goodness gracious! Really? Even though the witness who did, however, the bank has already testified to it. Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. But the banker gent next to me took a sharp intake of breath. See, that's when I looked through the glass. When I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Hold it!
You saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim. Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It's bothering before. This was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. What are we wasting time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something on Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was.
Hold it!
That's why you have asthma. That way you can never breathe in the pollen in the first place. I have 1 week tops until my hay fever kicks in and sucker punches me. Oh no! I thought it would subside by now, but it's still going, and I don't know why. Usually after like a week, and then like if it ever comes back, it comes back in like short like periods, and then it leaves. But it's been continuing on for just like weeks now already. It's already weeks? What day is in the month? Oh my god.
Anyways.
I might go out and like wash my face or something. My eyes, oh my god. Wash my face and my nose. Wash my eyes and my nose, sorry. If I can just clean my face of anything.
Oh, you testify that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, you know, yes.
With the cart before the horse, maybe?
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck.
Oh, I expect that was me.
When I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all.
Your career's done for, my man.
I really thought that I did, but
when I go over it again in my head...
No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? That scared me a little, I'll be honest. We finally got a thing!
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Hey, you listen to me! I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh?
You're asking me or telling me?
Getting flustered. Might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Not a chance. Some days are like that. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly, unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city bank, I'll have you know. I don't know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you.
You Mr. Fairplay? Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar. Ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. You think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. There was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure what I saw. This banker's latest statement.
If you're sure there's something not quite right about it.
You feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruto? That's when you should have a good look through the court record.
What do I present, though? The fucking clothes?
Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. Can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light.
If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before.
We can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. So just full charge ahead, yeah? Okay.
Yes, you're so right.
You pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. thought that blood was all over them, but that couldn't have been the case because the knife was still in the body. Okay, hold on. Let me wash my eyes first. Let me wash my face and see if I can see myself the hay fever or whatever it is. Maybe I'll refill my drink bottle quickly as well. Oh, just quick BRB, okay? Quick BRB. Quick BRB. Alright, hold on.
That was not quick at all. I just kept washing my face, hoping it would do something. It doesn't do anything, clearly, but I kept doing it anyways and hoped something would change. Don't do that. Just one moment. I need to quickly check on something before I continue. I just hope the medicine starts to kick in a little bit faster. For now, maybe we'll see. We'll see what I do. Hopefully this trial doesn't go on for too long. But the fact that we're just where we are already without any, like, what's the word? I guess, like, proper, like, conflict, like, goal. Like, the fact that we know that there's not a fifth person, well, at the moment, isn't really helping. It's not as straightforward, which is good, but still kind of, Let me do this, this, and this, and this, and this, and okay. Now I can close my phone. Okay, just don't blink too hard. Just don't blink too hard.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hand? Yeah. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh yes, right. And though there certainly does appear to be sizable dark-coloured stain there, but I'm sure you can clearly see. It's only on the right hand glove. Oh, what the fuck? In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then? Oh. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Oh. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. Is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was in both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that the witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society, you don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Isn't that all though? We have some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying. It could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has some compelling reason to lie in his testimony.
Yes he does, but as I have always done with paranoia, I submit.
My lord, yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Garg!
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. Evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Oh, cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay? Is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant?
Garg! Upstanding citizen, my ass.
Order? Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Yes, my lord.
Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright! Let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did, or to state the truth on a pinch. Pinch? It makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them. And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying... I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think... Yes, I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What?
I like looking over at the lawyers when they get absolutely fucking pummeled and they just collapse. I mean, it's not a particularly good situation, but it's funny to see. To see in the corner, someone's just crumpled over. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all your witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yeah.
Isn't that all though? This is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes. Might finally have a chance to turn things around here. The witnesses really saw. There was blood on both of the assailant, I surely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacks' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything but myself. No, until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment of the crime. The crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus at once. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
Ah.
Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yeah, my lord.
I think we have to press a statement out from the looks of it.
I think so.
No! The evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. Well, well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. At least we know he's stubborn, and he's stubborn about his truth. So he's defiant even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? The reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accuser's fingers.
Hold it!
Music goes so hard, bro. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well as you know. But, crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Yeah. Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker, no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. The sounds of it, it's either... Actually, never mind. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work?
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're gonna say. Only one of Mr. McGilded's gloves has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir, and I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark color stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. Should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there were no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands.
This is quite... puzzling.
This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. Sorry, I started making Minecraft villager noises.
Hold it!
Oh, hi, Phoenix! Sorry I'm late. No, you're alright. You need to wake up earlier. That's all good. I hope you had a good rest. How are you doing? It's nice to see you again. You didn't say anything. Yes, sir, that is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories, as I say, saw or stabbed the man. What? Wouldn't you agree, sir? No, you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. So to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? Sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Pepper, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you You must have enjoyed a good view of London streets. He was doing his job, ryunosuke! He was focused on his job. Oh, please, you didn't even see that. It was so cold that night, you see, it was all I could do to keep her from passing out, so... Yes, my hand was fairly frozen solid, sorry to say, sir. Oh,
It seemed prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights.
Beth! Ah! I'm fine. I woke up at 11:45, I think.
Hold it!
Late morning. Not that I can say anything. I feel like because I've always been like someone that woke up very late. My like concept of early morning is like significantly warped. Like to me, if it's anything before like 12, it's just morning. Like, oh yeah, morning. Nice, you woke up. You woke up on time this morning. Like I have to start getting used to like, oh, this is late morning and stuff like that. I think it's because half my clients at work are like they have an idea of what is like my sleep schedule, so they're like patronize me a little bit. God forbid I told them I sleep at like 5 AM sometimes. I think some of them would faint. Keep that to ourselves.
Everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh, why not?
It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked?
That's right, and it's a public
bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Alright! Well, I said earlier about you gents being up in the rooftop and, you know, me being a little bit of an asshole, being like, why would you do that? You're so dumb. No, there was an interesting predicament going on. He brushed you off, you say? And not only that, the door was locked. That's interesting.
Climbed out to the roof deck and looked down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard.
Ah, that's why you are peeping.
That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocally, I would say. Not sure about those two witnesses. They really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight.
No? I don't think they would be able to see the seats below them.
Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes? In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
Like, golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure.
Who knows?
The possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the closed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. Nipponese. Prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh.
Very well, I'll uphold the prosecution's demand.
You'll identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
I could just raw dog this now. Yeah?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I've drawn here. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Arg!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Huh? I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruto? Yeah, ryunosuke, can you? Tell the class, because I don't fucking know.
I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck?
I have no idea. I just don't. We don't have anything. We can't just fucking...
Ugh, I have literally no idea.
But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on.
This isn't just a case of going on, Mrs. Sato. Alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. No, you don't! At least tell me.
You're a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
Huh?
This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for it to turn the trial in my favor. And that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that obscured the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was... It is wording! The person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from the view was... I think it was McGilded! I think it was McGilded! I think the reason that they weren't able to see him, they were able to see two other people, was because he said he was asleep. His claim was that he was snoring me bye-bye. He was probably laying flat. He was probably asleep there. That's why they couldn't see him. Might be a wild take because I don't know who the third person could be. Hi again, Leon. Van Zyke is handsome. He really is. Why is the prosecution always like pretty? It's just not fair. But I feel like I'm doing all right so far. The only issue I'm having is my hay fever. The game's going pretty smoothly so far. I feel like I haven't gone like shout screaming crazy yet. You have to reach like 3/4 of the trial. Usually by 3/4 of the trial do I start like feeling that way. Well, like 4/5. Like it's very near towards the end where I start like snapping because the trial is making me go crazy. Ah, I gotta love Ace Attorney. Things just never make sense, do they? Illusion of choice. I should have known otherwise because it didn't take HP, meaning it was probably illusion of choice. But I can't trust anything anymore in this game.
Take that!
This is
Wrong? Passenger in the closed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant!
Objection!
Ah, that one's new.
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive this discourtesy.
Lord Van Zykes.
Would talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use terms ill-advisedly.
Hey, this is where you start to be racist. Ah, calm down, calm down.
What are you trying to say?
Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to that fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
That premise may have been wrong.
What?
If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, Counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. If it was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify, and the victim's body was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
He was his third party.
Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture.
Really, you're just pulling out JoJo poses.
Witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Ahem! No. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The top of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both Jeds were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things,
I don't think you need to be a hatter to do that one, but alright first.
What particular size of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter?
Style of hat makes no difference. There was no third party in that cabin.
What makes him so hot? He's like the only one that's not wearing a hat. Or anything on his head.
Maybe so sure.
Because of their hat, then, the accused Mr. McGilded would have undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
That's right. There was another person traveling in the closed cabin of the omnibus. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it.
No, he said he was me. That's what he said. I remember that. But do we have anything to help that? Not on us. Not on us. As of now.
Inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been aware of it.
There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused Mr. McGilda to the stand. Well, what you say, counsel? Prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, you will have already made a full statement to the police. Oopsie, I press E. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilda is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been the most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? Should we ask Mr. McGilda to testify or not?
Testimony? We need information. That's what we need at the moment, and he's the only source of information we're gonna get.
We need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilda to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury.
Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilda has to say.
Get the man out here, I say!
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little walk has to say, yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard.
I don't like that man. The one that called, 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 a dark jinx, as he says. Did you say jinx? Dark something.
Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Get outnumbered! Pretty boy. Pretty man. He's 34.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Org.
The proceedings resumed. Mr. McGilda, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
I like how this feels like sort of anime drama. Right? Very intense. Although granted, I feel like the comedy relief has set its place in such goofy music.
To be sure, I have, my lord. There are now two men. Why did it click? He's talking by himself. Two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is
why is it autoplay? I'm not clicking anything. Does the game do that, or is it me? Like I'm scared. No, I don't have anything. So scary.
Is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
My God, no! It's not in my nature to hide anything at all.
To answer the question, please.
Truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. But I tell you all, I'll keep my mouth shut.
Tell us what, Mr. McGilda?
The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. The carriage on the night with myself and the other man was another passenger.
It's true. You weren't asleep.
Aye, and it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You...
What? Alright. Shit's at the fan.
No, Magnus McGilda, the convenient excuse can't save you now.
Truly sorry, I am Lord Van Zyks. I'm sure you've been wanting to know what I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see?
What?
The police had known the wee one was there. They'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That I don't know.
You don't know? Aye, well, the wee ting just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
I have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. And now I wouldn't be sure. Sure? Surprise. The urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What?
A smoke grenade? Someone's trying to get away! After them, it's no use! Can't see anything! What is going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape! Secure the omnibus!
I hereby call an emergency recess, bailiff. Ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Ah, drama! We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended.
Ah, so that's what happened. That's how you split it up. I see.
That's creative. Okay. I was wondering whether or not this trial was just going to be one whole thing, but of course it isn't. It's too complicated otherwise. Especially with that amount of information that we have, we can't really pinpoint a true culprit, so it is what it is. 18th February, 12:52 p.m., the Old Bailey defendant's antechamber.
What on earth just happened in there?
Mr. Naruto, I've managed to find out what happened.
Mrs. Sato.
I was told it's an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of things ninjas use.
They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But you would have done something like that.
Police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl? And who could it be? The other passenger that Mr. McGill was just talking about?
I thought exactly.
He wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGill, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here.
I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself?
There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Oh,
According to the coachman, Miss Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly.
But now it seems that there were in fact 5 passengers.
Which means the figures don't seem to add up again.
She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. Trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away.
Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato.
Yes!
February, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, hello.
There's the young girl next to Mr. McGill, look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zykes? Lord? I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which availed proceedings earlier. Seems to be an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army, what in the devil's name? There's an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery where she was caught.
Why are you here? That's a good question. What's with all the female fucking witnesses and covering their eyes? We weren't able to see the, what's her name? The last trial that we had. The first trial that we had. Not the last trial. We didn't have a last quotations trial. It was investigation, but technically the last trial. Last case, not last case. Last trial. Anyways, the first case, we couldn't see the lady. The one that actually turned out to be the culprit. Occupies the stand. Your name, girl? You're responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom. What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that the Swede lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that? It is all tied with the events of last night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
Just what did happen that night?
It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything.
I really like the color of that of the text. A nice blue. Young girl.
The night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then Bagara, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up for a first start. As a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, and so I sat him up on the seat across from me. And I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding a wee self away.
So what?
I remained somewhat baffled, I confess. From what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding the omnibus, is that correct? As exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. You ready, counsel?
I have to be.
Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start.
Yeah, just sit there and look pretty. Keep your mouth shut.
Hold it!
And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? Well, not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back side? The back seat, sorry. By all means, is how you already described it earlier. Talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where you feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoyed gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream? Ah, that's right. How could I explain it? Just like the sound of someone falling to the ground, that sort of noise. Do you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Oh, now you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream. Now, from the seats above you, on the roof deck I presume. Not above me, no, my lord, it was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was just stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. As a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. And I went to press it.
Hold it!
You sat him up, the victim you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. Well, I see the poor devil was already gone. You wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? It's common courtesy, so it is. Find that a little hard to believe. Aye, Lord Van Sykes, now where would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage, and no person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. Business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wheres of first. The whys and whereofs? Right, true. Ah, there were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling.
One would say that that wasn't your first rodeo here, and as someone in a particular business, you wanted to at least get yourself some context so that you would be free from the exact position that you are already in.
That wee scream I heard, for example, wouldn't your good self do just the same?
Yes, the scream he says you heard at the same time as the thought of the victim collapsing.
Why move a corpse like that? It's quite... Yeah, I feel like you just have to be a very special individual to... Me personally, I don't think I'd... Like, strength aside anyway. I don't think I'd ever be able to do that. Like, he was aware that they were dead. That's why he made sure to put them up.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim.
How did she get away as well is my question, because the carriage stopped the second the captain heard the scream.
Oh, I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, just a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up came from, if you'll excuse a vulgar expression, under me backside.
I was thinking this before. Could have anyone fit in the thing below?
This is quite the predicament, isn't it?
So she was able to fit in there. But...
Under your backside? Now, when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage.
Mr. Naruto, getting Sam in the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. We've already examined it. It's okay. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside.
That's when I found her.
There was a wee child there in the little... Oh my god, I clicked the space button. Yeah!
I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruto. Being the defendant's lawyer and at finding myself as stunned as everyone else at his testimony. Let's just say it's, trying. Certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGilder before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must just try to learn all the facts we can.
When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this.
Listen, Naruto, no grumbling even in your head.
How did you know? Wee! Bring!
Hold
I was basically... You say she was hiding herself. Oh yeah, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my old chest. You're really overreacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. He sat this girl next to a corpse, sir. Huh, as I'm sure I mentioned. A gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see? While I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Oh, so the scream that you heard wasn't loud enough for everyone else to hear. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly.
Oh, fuck. Wait, this changes everything. Wait, oh, fuck. Okay, so if I'm trying to visually map this out. Alright. Going back to Fair Play's Fair Play? Fair Play's and First's testimony. Where they had the predicament of not being able to enter the carriage from the indoor carriage. So they had to go to the roof deck, right? Apparently, the claim is that did they say that there were two people? All they did was mention that there was someone in the bus that was telling them to fuck off. to put in lighter terms, really. And the door was locked, so they had to go up. And by this point, this guy shouldn't have been dead yet. This guy is either not dead yet or is clearly in the carriage. We know that this guy is in the carriage. And then we know that the young lass was also underneath the thing. But from that point where they're talking, right? When he was still asleep. This is before his death. Oh, okay. Not before his death, but before finding out his death, right? Because he screamed when he was at the roof deck, meaning when they went to tried to enter the omnibus, the indoor carriage was closed off with this guy, and the child, supposedly. All we have is 3 people. On paper. But the carriage was locked. My assumption back then was that he was asleep. Like, he was asleep. He would have been asleep before these two came in. Unless the train of events is that... Wouldn't they have seen the dead man if these two went to come? Wait, it could have been that the cabin door was locked. He locked the carriage to tell these two to fuck off, so that he could talk to the young lass about what's going on. And only then, when he propped up the lass against this guy, these two looked down and saw the death. Did he die a while ago then?
not gonna pull out the... No, it has to be at extreme temperatures, no? If it's cold enough where it could mask the actual time of death, then... No. No. Let's just work with what we have. He had also fallen on the floor. Thought it fell on the floor and then he went down. And that's how the blood got onto the seat, because if it was just here, the blood would have trailed pretty far down. Or the blood would have like stained a lot more for it to drip onto the to the seat if he had stayed upright and not fallen. In other words, the previous witness did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Hi, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature. Readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course. With a scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and put up the horses. There was an accent there somewhere, I don't know what that was. Thank you, I've heard enough. Events, as explained, are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who's the girl? Her name is 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, my lord. She's a chancer, and so crossed among large crowds, reliving people of their curses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief, sorry. This is true, Miss Lestrade. Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. How dare you! What is the meaning of this? Which is kind of funny. Not her assaulting the fucking judge is crazy. The girl is just gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Gracious, how... What was the point in that little side step?
I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you say? Slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on. The what's in your head, ain't it?
No, not at all. This is just a court. This is a court of law. We're here to determine. Oh, she's got a little coin trick on her.
Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I need... What I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do.
Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs.
Oh, this? Yeah, this was in my bag. I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink the best.
Don't wave that thing in my direction again. Uh-oh. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question.
It's alright, Les. You can tell them the truth now. Alright? Yeah, it's just like the Irishman said.
Court accepts this girl, Miss 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony if you please. Tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to.
The girl saw.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. And it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. And after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin I did, and the scream just came out. Because of that, the soul found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Guess he let you go. I don't understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilden. Oh, the simplicity itself, my lord.
You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact.
Oh, as I'm sure I said before, sir.
So right on top of the old place where she was hiding herself.
Like a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubby hole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Something's missing. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate somewhat of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course we lass are stuck in there, because I bought myself in the seat for the duration.
Ah.
You see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, that I'd automatically assume she'd done it. I couldn't live with myself if young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass.
My goodness.
What a perfect gentleman.
Lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Oh. Oh my god.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Yeah, just like that. wait. Even I can't put this to rest. No. Guys, we need to find the truth. We don't know who the true culprit is. Even if it's not this guy, we can do it right here, right now. Let us ball. Let us ball. Let ryunosuke ball. Just like that. It's either. Hold on. Give Van Dyke some cooking. He hasn't said anything outrageous just yet. He'll sway public opinion. Just give him time. That aside, though, it's alive. All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty. The tides have changed.
Isn't that at all? Well, it must mean.
Must mean what?
That we're victorious.
We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Ha! Oh my god. Oh my god. The sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends? Pray do forgive the discourtesy. That was kind of hot. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. What? The jury's opinions, right? Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion?
Is this what Kazuma wanted to fix? Kazuma wouldn't let this stand.
The witness' latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature.
What do you mean, his true nature?
Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in the investigation. The compartment under the passenger seat was full of coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report.
Something did get taken away.
The evidence has been tampered with in order to corroborate Mr. Gilded's story. Someone has unlawfully removed something from under the seat.
God damn it, sweetie!
Tina! Like it's such a devious contrivance, possibly have affected council.
Naturally, must acknowledge the acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty.
I accidentally clicked it. I just want to talk. His pose and that his eyes look very nice.
Well, my Nipponese friend.
Nippon.
Me? The carriage was submitted as evidence. Doubtlessly you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the undersea compartment to be?
Gotta be sure the young gentleman would be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry?
Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella.
Now, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zyks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I didn't look! It was empty! It wasn't empty. I stand by what I saw. We'll find a way to become a lawyer, don't worry. Even if this trial becomes fucked up. Really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes.
Are you sure, counsel? Or I'll be whist! What are you saying now, you daft tort? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position?
Why did you ask the question then? I just answered it. What the fuck? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible.
Interesting. It's not altogether pleasing, fella.
I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGoldin.
But don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. Fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That their cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken?
Why? I don't feel like something's not right here. I should ask the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. Could you pass me a cup? I think I need it right now. A compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. He just wants money. Right? That money-lending fleecer and the pig purse are lying. I'm actually happy to see that happen. Can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers, nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick, of course it's a trick. Must be so fun playing with a ball of fire. Quite so, I must concur here. I'm glad that she's very minimal in her speech. Here's the last one. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems! My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. You have the... You just did that a while ago, sweetie. Like, don't act surprised. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. What the girl saw. Oh, hi! Hello, Mecca! Welcome to the stream, how are you? Oh, wheels are turning. My wheels? I'm assuming you're talking about my brain. Probably the first Austin-friendly god I've seen, unless you count witch trials. Well, that one's a little bit different, but yeah, same. First time that I've seen a fire being thrown around. Wouldn't, like, if I was a judge up there, I'd be terrified of the ball accidentally hitting me. Like, I'm sure the balls of fire are like, I don't know, launch at a specific angle, so there's no way that you would miss. Like, I guess programmed that way. Still fucking terrifying. Maybe that's why the judge has like his little fuck, what is it called? His wig? Please help me. I forgot the word for the hair. The hair that he has. Maybe he went bald because of all the fire flying around the place. Maybe his hair burnt off. He wasn't actually balding, he was just assaulted by accident in his court of law. That's a good headcanon, no? You're already in the omnibus before you even set off on its run.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joy to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, innit?
But she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making 20, to which the cabman testified.
And 1 little Grace riding for free.
The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
Your hiding place is a storage compartment full of equipment for the coach, no?
Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much.
Yet according to the report filed by the police officer who arrived at the scene of the crime, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. I can't speak, so please don't say big words.
Well, I know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
As you reach the end of that line of inquiry, continue. The saddest judge backstory I've ever heard. That is actually pretty impressive.
least he's got lore for why he's bald. Everyone else doesn't really have a reason for why they're bald, other than the fact that they're old. I don't think they would. I don't think they'd accept that as a headcanon.
Hold it!
It's too boring of a story.
Waste of time? Why is that?
Well, most nights I'm on my own in God permit, at least some at the time.
I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit?
Oh yeah? Well, that's what my kind call it. You say omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
That's when you come out of your hiding place and get away.
That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck.
You mean to tell us you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the closed cabin.
Yeah. Right, mister?
To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone. I don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. Couldn't possibly.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all.
Not a jolt. Most days I push the cushion upweave me in and look at the crack. And I have butchers at it who I'm gonna fiddle.
So you're a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can't have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other ones. See? So most of the time, the passengers plan themselves opposite. For some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head.
And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. It's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's, Upson's choice.
Why don't you just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? And say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor.
So anyway, so I was a bit scared, but I just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it.
I don't know about that, sweetie. Something is off. Let me read. I did live study in Brizzy. A while, whereabouts you're from? Whereabouts you're from? Do you mean Brisbane? I know I'm Australian, but even I don't know half of our slang. The answer to your question is that my location is private for the sole reason being it's too obvious and I would accidentally dox myself, and that's like the last thing that I want to do. But I can say that I've lived next to the coast. I'm used to seeing the sea. Okay.
Hold it!
You say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump.
And you let out a scream involuntarily.
That's right, and then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden.
Is that why the two people on the roof couldn't hear you? Like, I assume it was quite the muffled scream, and that's why only the Irishman.
was able to hear. Like, there's two ways to go about this. What they're saying, quotation, is real. And so her little scream was only heard within the cabin. Anyone above wouldn't have been able to hear it. Not that I understand, because there was one winter night, meaning it's quite quiet. And two, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. Like, if you my train of thought was like just destroying itself. It's either you were actually in there, or I feel like we can presume you're lying because there was some stuff in the carriage that was missing. Hold on. I think I got what you're putting down. Quiet place. Yeah. It's either you did scream or you didn't scream. Like, that's what all it is, but I just can't for the life of me figure out. Oh, her little profile is cute. I feel like a 3D model is actually cuter for once. Usually the 2D drawings to me I prefer. She's cute here as well. The 3D model really like shows her. I guess expression? Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick witch's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the block what? I'd fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying. That matches Mr. McGilda's account, of course. But then the fellow suddenly turns around.
Oh, sorry, I clicked it by accident.
Fellow turns around and looks right at me. I snuck back down again, but it was too late by then. I should have never risked looking. It's because of that swell found me.
Such a great twist on the locked room murder, but carriage. Ooh, it is, isn't it? It's so interesting that they just submitted the carriage into the evidence. Like the crime scene's right there for us to investigate. All you have to do is just try and figure it out. But I wonder what happened. When Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place.
How scared stiff I was. It dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. It was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog.
With her hands covered in blood, that must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilda for a while, is that correct?
He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. And I heard something from up above. Someone screamed.
As Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume.
Well, no one seen my face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smartish, and your Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent.
One brief shining moment, yes.
It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want.
Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Oh, this is just a normal cross-examination, right? Let me save, because I actually don't know what I'm trying to submit. Oh, I should examine this again. Now that the stuff is gone, I should go in and look at it. Oh yeah? Something's changed! That's blood, isn't it?
Is something wrong?
It's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Zyks has made no mention of it.
I suppose that does seem a little strange.
But why do I have such a bad feeling about this? See, looks just so it's rather relaxed. I get the wrong thing. Hold on. How it seems. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Ugh. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. An angle where I can look at something? Anything different? Everything seems to be the same. Can I look up? Is anything up? Nothing's changed. Nothing is fucking changed. I don't think that should have changed would have been the inside, right? Oopsie! Hold on. F. Oh! No, I don't want to go back in. Can't really tell what's happening. Same, to be honest. I don't know what's happening anymore. We know that there's blood there, but it's not being marked. Meaning... Hold on. Look for the evidence again. They tampered with the evidence, so is that the fact that, what, the blood being on the floor is the fact that him toppling over, right? That, like, the truth that his body actually fell over. Or something of the like, anyways.
the fuck am I pressing? What is not making sense? Something isn't making sense. What is this feeling? Ryunosuke, we gotta talk about this. I don't think there shouldn't be anything different here, without a doubt. Nothing's changed here. The only thing that's changed is the carriage. But the fact that no— oh my god. I pressed everything, man. We don't have a picture of the fucking inside of the carriage. It's so ass. God, this music goes hard. I'm genuinely lost. Like, I don't know what I should be trying to, like, present. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing against her statement. Wait. I didn't need to rest that. I just needed to look at the history, but it's too late now. I gotta read through it. What? What's something that's damning against her? What's something? Not that I want to assume that it's her. I just gotta get out of the situation. Hold on. I might have to take a couple of L's here, because I legit have no clue. See, it's pitch in there. After a while, I hear this loud bang. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. I'm definitely missing something. It's still the same, no?
Hold it! Well, no.
I was like, why didn't that skip? Why didn't that skip? Oh my god, finally!
Excuse me.
Oh, you're so fucking annoying. God, you just gotta keep pressing shit. Ugh.
Something wrong, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, I do apologize. Is there something the matter, Council?
Just wondering if Miss Lester's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself.
Oh, no. Doesn't unimportant. I was feeling bad for the poor lass, is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was.
I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. So scared of the dark now.
Yeah, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well.
Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe.
Miss Lester? Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps?
Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
Jabers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue.
Yeah. What should we make of the last statement of hers?
It's important because I have nothing to go off.
Lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she had nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. More sure that I don't understand the inner workings of the Eastern mind, Council. Nevertheless, shit, same, and I'm technically from the East as well. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? Superman? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk, I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me.
That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move.
Oh, Lord, the fucking hell, my lord, is a sixth part of the statement.
I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Oopsie.
Hold it!
Okay, note to self, press every statement twice after listening it to the first time. You're straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself.
No, exactly no.
Sorry?
Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have butchers to see what was what. And then when I saw this swell getting on, I got me head down so you didn't notice me.
So Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct?
Yeah, but you added EVA? What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard and leave, see? But would be unlikely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving this pig to market, snoring like an old dog it was.
Are there any conclusions you can draw from that, I wonder?
It sounds like it makes sense, doesn't it?
Doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't you have been able to hear the murder? Miss Lestrade, what have you just told the court? Clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely! I mean, absolutely! Oh, he knows. He knows. Oh, wait, you're on the same side? Ah, it's just me. Seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zygs realized it too. He really is pretty. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord? I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, you heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring, but think, ryunosuke, think. Oh, that was a double slap. There's something else she should have heard. Show a piece of show a person, forget it. Oh my god, I've got to click. I have to save, I have to save. A person? You have to hear a person? I believe it's a person. You would have heard someone die. There's no fucking way you didn't hear that. Well, if I take an L, I can always rewind time. Will my lord allow me to elaborate? A particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. It's either this guy died. Yeah, this guy died. Because you're in the you're in the carriage. You should have heard them. If not, I suddenly realized she could have heard the witnesses. Well, if it's wrong, it's wrong.
Take that!
Rice fired Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Oh! Well, that was on a track, that was for sure. The witness is coming in, but the victim. Can't undo that. I didn't do that. Do that. Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I was on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was not a soul in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, in all intents and purpose, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time.
But I know I'll just say as much. I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey, during which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all?
Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for the swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah. We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zykes? Yes. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. Same word of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. The words are convenient untruths, nothing more. Yeah, I was gonna say, these guys are talking to each other.
Is that right?
How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. This girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Ooh. I was like, where's her stick? She usually sends down her needle. She just fucking full-sended it. It's kind of funny. She didn't say anything. I don't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman? I don't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. Fuck. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Oh, we're cooked. Oh, we're cooked.
Isn't that at all? That's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty.
Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. The considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing.
Arg. What are you playing at? You've forgotten you're working for useless Eastern Amadan.
What the fuck? It's carnage. It's perfect. Please stop violating that knife. Jury number 2 is the only one left.
Isn't that at all the way this is going?
I know, if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilld's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. Very much wanted to believe the words of one London's most respected gentleman.
But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
I love that he has different, like... Well, I guess that was his objection before. But he sounds more confident. He's like slowly becoming more confident. Yes, the witness's last statement seemed to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel?
Sorry, sir? What do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my, education. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, and as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
If this petty thief's words are to be believed, that explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus. Everyone exhale.
Oh my god.
There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already. There's another entrance. He was put there after he died.
Oh fuck. Okay. Okay, this is where it gets interesting. See, this is where the highlight of the trial really starts to begin. All right. Let's put this down. It was in there already. If he was in there already, it would implicate my defendant, no? There's another entrance. There is. You could assume that there's a seat. There's an opening in the seat underneath where he was, but that doesn't make any sense again. There's another. Wait, no, but another entrance is how. Oh wait, unless this means the compartment, like the hidden compartment. Like, okay. The fucking fresh blood that we have on the floor is like the only reason why I'm thinking he was put there after he died. I don't know how this plays out. If he was put there after he died, that doesn't change how. Wait, it's wording again. Oh my god. He was put there after he died. That could be, but you might as well go with the he was already in there. He was in there already. There is no other entrance. We know this. Meaning he was either already in there, or he was put there after he died. If we do after he died, then what is our statement? He was already in there. No, it has to be this one, because if we're implying that what Gina says is true, he wasn't killed inside the carriage. He was already dead and then put in there. That's why she didn't get to hear him enter. Is that what you're implying? Garage door was not heard opening a single time as specified by the witness in the stand. He was in there already. He was put there after he died. Oh, he was I don't know. He was in there already. Where does that sentence lead? Come on, I don't know. I can't push this one. If it's wrong, I'll just choose the other one. Or even better, I choose these two and it's actually the middle one, you know? That'd be funny, isn't it? This is the only thing that makes sense. He would have been already dead inside the carriage. That's why she wasn't able to hear him. Where does this wording lead? I'm so annoyed! The victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed. Function of that obviously in your last sentence. Must have been moving the carriage option. No, he was already in there. Okay, so what we're pushing against is not her statement, but the other guy's statement? So he was already in there. No, man. Well, I think it'd be funny if I was like thinking about those two options, but it was actually the middle one. Like, I'm ready to take the 2 extra L's. Guys, it's all planned. It's to spice things up so that this is a little bit more thrilling. You understand? It's actually wrong. There was another entrance? You're not saying there's a hidden entrance? No, that's crazy. Oh my god, really? How to explain the victim's miraculous appearance? Another entrance, really? The door wasn't open even once. The only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wondered what new fantasies you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. Sorry, Van Zykes. In short, there's no entrance to the cabin other than the door. There could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes. One other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the one of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Right, counsel? The defense will identify the location for the court. Your ass! You're actually kidding. In which the incident occurred. Nah, that's crazy. Oh my god. Making my second save file because how ridiculous this is. Alright guys, let's look at the little bus. If you were a secret compartment, where would you like to be? It's not underneath. There doesn't seem to be a way underneath. The only thing that I could think of was this way. Because you're blindsided from... wait, no, but the... Wait, no, he paid the 20 pences. 20 pences. So how was there no way for her to hear it? Not the top, is it? I can see something there, but can you open it from that way? We'll look at it closer, but it's hard. It is the top, isn't it? Like, that's the only way. There's like no entrance through this way. What she was looking out for was a door opening. She didn't... But this is no different. When... Guys are so annoying, did you know that?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. Can it have been the skylight? I say the skylight?
Objection!
Oh, this is a colourful trial. Why he looks a knife. Yeah, the jury guy, the third jury guy, it's yuck. He violates that poor thing. I feel so bad for that knife. He can't even, like, when he stabs it in, he can't even take it out. And yeah, he licks it. Ugh, it's yuck. I was not following you, so I can't help. Fuck, I was following and I can't help myself. Ah!
A ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words.
Skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
So you claim, but you have a shred of evidence to support your addled-brained theory.
Yeah, bet! I'll do it now.
Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained.
Wait, doesn't that mean he was already dead? I was right. If he thudded to the floor and then you pushed him up, meaning he wasn't ever actually in the seat. He was fucking disposed of from the skylight.
Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A loud noise enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry. In fact, oh, good gracious, perhaps, in fact, it was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might I, humble fella, make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified for did not know the victim falling through the skylight. But seems to me, my lord, that it's not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. It's a case of them being unable to say. What? Okay, perhaps the two fellas? They'll be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what had happened. What would yous not agree? Fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Hmm? Oh my goodness, surely not... Those two chaps on the roof.
You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Oh!
It's just what exactly insinuating here, you blitherer?
Oh! That's a new animation from you.
You rudder, he said you rudder, what are you insinuating? It's flaming outrage. If I could mind to give you a blinker in a minute. I'll give you a shiny... a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. It's a fair play. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker, and me, a very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could not have stabbed the man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's...
What is going on?
I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right, I protest too about you, you rotten scoundrel.
There's not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once.
It was beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Dykes. There's the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. The learned friend. Van Dykes, my voice is like dying. I still have issues with my throat, so I'm trying to not push it. The learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. Seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is waiting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. The hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, this is what termed a baseless accusation. Van Dykes, I'm sorry. The momentum of the story is being absolutely ruined. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but I can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are you wasting time for? Get them to testify. Thought there was something fishy about that hat from the marmalade eyes and the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once.
Testify! Testify! Testify!
What's happening, Mr. Naruto?
The spectators in the public gallery are in incomplete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay, Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord? I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Does McGilden realize that, what, these two had something? What, the chances of people believing him? Nah, it's not the chance of people believing him, it's the fact that, he was against, Van Dykes. That's why he planned this whole ordeal. Every time I go through an Ace Attorney case, my brain is always like, well, why don't you just tell the truth? Like, no, that's easier said than done. I have to think about the stakes and why they couldn't do that. Refuting the accusation. Heck. We're the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. Jesus! Every time I drink something. If anything happened when we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, none of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. No. You knew the victim. Skylight was shut the entire time. I tell you, you couldn't possibly have opened it. You're so sure the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof? Well, we have to press everything anyways. Such is a trifling matter. I must say that on listening to this testament, it is somewhat hard to imagine. Either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. And not only that, the guy...
Oh, wait! The cabman was too cold to notice anything. If he couldn't even notice the signs, he probably didn't notice the people behind him. He only made sure to, like, take the money, and that's it. It was too cold. That's right, you see? We're innocent, I tell you.
Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another.
What?
Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, two witnesses share no common dealings.
Well, I don't trust cobbers any more than I trust the stinking rich.
Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really, so why do I feel so uneasy?
Something's wrong! I'm telling you! Ugh. That fucking pool of blood that's just gonna be stuck with me.
Counsel for defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh yes, my lord. Alright, guys.
We fucking ball.
Make sure I press twice through the statements. So, at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck.
Absolutely not, Dickon. No question about it, he said, none at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both.
So the victim inside the enclosed cabin, talking with this man here. Oh, you've got some new animations all of a sudden. Is this true, Mr. McGilded?
Damn me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and not off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie, without doubt you were engaged, and... Let me stop you right there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? It's all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. Ugh. Ah, I saw you with my own eyes! This is going so well.
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly.
Is this some kind of lark? Some kind of joke, he said. Is this what this is?
Perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly.
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what you said. It's impossible, I tell you. Give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bit of cold.
And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never... open them again. That was extreme.
It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man unlocked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that young fella. You see, I was away with the fairies, and here you're at all. It's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. No, it was a cold night, so it was.
This fucking statement right here. You would be seeing things that aren't real in the cold, just hardly surprising. Seeing things?
I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point.
Oh, you.
Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it's only fair that you and the other fiend are here too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. Isn't a competition I should be involved in, really? None of us want to be involved in, trust me.
Be damned, capitalism.
So you had never met Mr. Thrice Fired Mason before?
Oh, no, not once, never.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Mr. McGilded. No, that's fair. No, that's fair. You never met the man before, you said? Never. You, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. I imagine not. You see, I'm a different way it's gonna put this. Neither of us have the...
Well, no.
Have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Excuse me.
You love giggling, don't you, Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel, what can I be doing for you? The witness's last statements give you pause for thought somehow. The remotest connection, is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. Yeah? I'm not very much mistaken, I believe just fast approaching, is it not, your repayment date? I beg your pardon! You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir? At an unconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me, it's extortion! Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? Sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off to another. A young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You've been making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? I'm just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. Perfect fit, is it? It's a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as thrice-fired Mason? That's a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for, my lord. Can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar when you say, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats! I thought it is. It would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. Ooh, that's pretty bad. Sort of customer, Rager. You could have had a weak quarrel with the distinctiveness of the goods. No, sir. Absolutely not, sir! Well, there's really nothing more to add. I'd be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see? There is my case. You're such a little rat. You little weasel. Better wording. He's better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McGill has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he?
This definitely was not his first rodeo. Please don't let me let interruption hold up the proceedings. Identify the millennia responsible for something cat. I got an achievement. You're quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? Gonna lose my block with you in a minute? He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute, that's what he said. Take a look for yourself, go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was in the night. There it is, of course. A fellow of the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, still and all. What? Looking at the size of the thing, you understand? Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. No, on its own, let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Stop biting your cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when well, I broke wind loudly. I shook myself with it as it happens. This is an unexpected conversion, Mr. First. Oh! I just mean to say, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, so I went as red as rogue I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame. The cabin of shame.
Excuse me.
You have something to say to that, Miss Lestered? Miss Lestered?
It opens. Skylight?
This is what we're talking about, right?
All them skylights open, dead easy.
More easily than you can load that weapon? That's all I tell you, otherwise when I broke wind,
You You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago I was up on the roof deck on one of them drags. And I had a great hole. I mean, I had bruises coming out my ears.
Miss Lester, this is not the forum to be an fuck, on the subject of your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me so I couldn't top off the bus and leg it. So what I did was use the skylight, open the catch, and jumped right through.
What?
Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin.
The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff, climb up onto the roof on the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Tweet. Right there. The latch is right there.
Oh, it's a lift!
That... My hat!
See?
This is quite the trial, isn't it? It appears that the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck.
Isn't that all? This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Something's off. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Finally! Oh my fucking god. Alright, lads, we're decking the fuck out because I'm tired of this.
So skylight was fastened shut before. But now the catch has been undone and we should be able to open it. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through suddenly, Mr. Naruto.
Why someone like me? What is it?
Look! Just here! Look at this!
That's... without question.
It's blood!
Why'd there be a blood stain there?
Surely... it can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
At the scene of the crime, there's a bloodstain visible on the frame of the skylight when it opens. Updated in the court record. How did the bloodstain come to be then? Guess we can just leave it like that.
Hold it!
Proof. That's right, I demand to hear it. I came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this. He calls both Shikos brand as criminals. He calls liars, that's what he means, and accuses of us doing it. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? Excuse me, I don't know where that happened. We're in much the same position as one another, yeah. Hmm? Arrgh! I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth.
I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way.
Couldn't say, I mean, I really don't know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilden either. So hard to know what to believe here.
I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that we can truly determine the outcome of a trial.
Evidence.
No one can argue against the decisive evidence, including the members of the jury.
So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence.
Yes, Mr. Nahodo, precisely.
Represent on the last statement. You wanted proof, right? So I'd press it here.
Objection.
Yes? On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. Immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts and the irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's a humbug. Can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible.
Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom.
Where did the blood come from? I can't. The fucking kid and our defendant is up to something, especially after the smoke screen and then the missing stuff in the storage. Something is being.
Believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? You point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight.
I can't save here. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness.
Got it.
My Jupiter, is that blood?
This isn't fake blood or anything, is it? This is real.
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. Secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. And so it follows that Mr. McGillicuddy, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
No!
Hold it.
Oh. But blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. Well, we found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, it would have been very convenient. Let's keep in mind that the skylight couch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. And myself wouldn't be able to open it now, would I?
There's no way to know for certain, is there? If the chair really fell through the skylight, I mean.
Why don't you have a good look on the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First?
Van Dyke, sweetie, I would like your opinion right about the fuck now. Desperately.
So to plain, you see, that there's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No.
But it can't be. It's all lie.
My fellow jury members. I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? If we can, yes sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So that they could pull the wool over my eyes. Won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Well, I once knew that nice gentleman who gave us the delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2.
Hold it.
Objection.
Music to my ears.
I know we're gonna get cooked, but like, this makes me happy. We strive for the truth. I'm on Edgeworth's side. As someone that would like, What did Edward say? It was in investigations. I completely forgot about it. Or I guess also Phoenix with that one trial.
We strive to find the truth. That's all we need. And I believe in that. And something here is very, very wrong.
Chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Huh.
What would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zyks? What's stain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void.
What? Why?
One extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see and it's clearly blood.
Personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus, and the officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, they would've.
So I can state with absolute certainty, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
But are you suggesting Lord Van Zyks that the stain of blood was
fabricated, my lord? Yes, while this court has been in session.
What?
What a palaver. I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor. You're certain, Lord Van Zyks. But Magnus McGooded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the repo of the Baylor. Bailey. Mr. McGilded, realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts.
Is that why you took this case? Adapt the facts? What does that even mean?
When you wield a fortune of the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of the crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, so...
Lord Van Zyks,
this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel?
no.
I think it's fair to say that this doesn't all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say?
You didn't need to be
These years will cast your minds back, because it's not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time. How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Is that right now, counsel?
It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time. The court has been in session. No, it's not. No, it's not.
My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter in your own words.
ryunosuke! The truth! The full and honest truth! As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. If I lose a point, I don't give a fuck. I believe that with my full heart. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here.
He's learning! He's learning!
There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh!
Good gracious! Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, there it is. Seems my Lord Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess they were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Kya, kya, kya. Yeah, kya.
The council, sorry. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus.
Are you wise? What are you trying to pull? You rotten, feckless gorger.
Feckless? Gorgia!
You're supposed to be defending me! There's a wicked plot! There's a plot to undermine me, so it is!
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated early as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Consistencies such as? To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, his compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight, as in I've said that that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Fortunately, Lord Van Dykes, no one's able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty.
I'm missing something.
This evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things.
What do you think?
Sorry?
About the omnibus? Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus?
I don't know, but I'm gonna make myself know.
My lord, Miss Counsel, there's one further inconsistency. Mark, that surely could have not been present at the start of the trial.
What? What in devil's names are you going to say now? You dare to betray me, you little maggot, you better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, Mr. McGild. The court awaits the defense's clarification.
Ugh.
The trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. No idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? Mark? It's very clearly this, no? There wasn't anything else in the area. Like you didn't talk about the blood, the pool of blood on the floor. Appeared at some point during the trial. This appeared at some point during the trial. This was not here. That's blood, isn't it?
Yeah, Van Zykes has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. I have such a bad feeling about this. He still hasn't said anything. I thought he would make a third point about this. Well, if it's wrong, it's wrong. I did save a little bit before.
Got it!
If you consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good Lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Wilson. Although as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Ah! This trial is over. Mr. McGilden? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. Memory recollection, what people think they saw. Just all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that the bloodstain is there now. Well... In the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, a good one unrevealed, the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. Scandalized I am, but thought better of Lord Van Zykes. Well, my lord.
You're hurting my voice.
Must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. What can we use? In the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zykes, what is your position? Prosecution, my lord. There's no further witness or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. Again? It's formality. I am, of course, obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality?
As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilden will be found not guilty.
Yes.
Which would mean we've won.
Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be guilty. Is innocent. Nah, McGilden has pissed me off. It's time to send you away. You nearly destroyed my voice, and that's enough for me to hate you. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilden. However, at this moment in time, I cannot, in all good conscience, attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good gracious me! Order? This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused's innocence into question. Are you of sound mind?
Well, that's what Mr. McGilda gets for not telling me anything before the court started.
It's your fault, my fucker. Oh, this grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? Must say I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. The job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? It's just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put afore. Sure, I can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did you put it now? None more than a formality. I really don't know what to make of all of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? Soulship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish to be disposed of promptly, as I said. Stinking rich are always guilty of something, you mark my words. I felt terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Very split opinions. And very undecided opinions. Now the proceedings have unfolded this way. I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I'm unsatisfied. Thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined the plot stated the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We've no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zykes? My lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection.
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zykes ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! Ah, this is our Joker arc, isn't it? I wonder... what would Kazuma done? The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zykes, it's been a pleasure, so it has. As for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Ugh. You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? Well, I did suspect something off when he told ryunosuke the second he saw him. Just stand there, just sit there, just sit there. That's what he told him. All you have to do is be there so that he's a defense. You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? It's the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Great if you're more to say to me, have you? Just one more thing, a warning. This is far from over.
He is. He is. You went back to the fucking court to get this man. There's no fucking way that isn't the case.
Something to be looking forward to then.
Wah ha 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 ha. If I pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Yuck. Yuck.
That Chief Justice! Didn't he say that this was... Can't believe it! This is an outrage! They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. With a courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. That sucks. 5:14 p.m. Phew, 5 hours.
That certainly was a long trial.
Yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations.
And to you, Mr. Sato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened.
Well, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't it wrong? I mean, I was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death. We don't even know that.
Sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
I thought you did. Mr. McGilded. Oh, and that girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. What stories? The 6 enormous fireworks that do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. Sure, you must have seen them now. Spectacular one, you say? Yes, definitely. But it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Wah ha 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 ha. Oh, I don't know about that. Not sure I really did anything. Oh, I don't know what you're saying, fella. I don't walk out there a free man, then. I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? Must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and it's strong! Just water under the bridge.
Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared.
But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Oh? They've all seen that I didn't do the, odious and, abstinent deed. It's grand, is it not? I suppose it is. And the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hands without any wee details. They'll see it for what it is, they'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed for 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella? Oh, no, couldn't possibly accept that much. Oh, be whist. You're a humble person, are you? You're from the East. Well, if you insist. But have this, still in all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. To the courtroom? What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe. It's not inconvenient, sir, with some changes in the schedule. Well, as we're making mid-tracks now, it's time for the inspection. What inspection?
I'm gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
They're going to examine it again? No.
Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do my best to help where I can. It's a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting yous. Hope you have a whale of time while you're studying here in Great Britain.
Wow, this sucks. This fucking sucks. Everything about this sucked ass. I hated this so much.
There he goes. A free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too.
Oh, she's gonna make a break for it, isn't she?
See you, lass.
Don't move! Whereas I want to say, get a move on! She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down?
You're grown up?
Sorry?
And I hate all grown-ups.
Oh, you there? Oh, there you are.
Naughty, naughty, running off like that!
Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now?
I'm taking that with you as well! I was looking forward to that trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment while I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
Was it now? I have no idea what this girl is talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
Fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours.
Ah, very polite. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
She's very cute. She was a lively one.
Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too then?
Yes, you're right, but... where to?
Oh!
We haven't had time to find a place to stay, and I sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff.
Oh. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings.
But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck.
Don't worry though. I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night.
Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park.
I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through.
Not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable.
And I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead.
just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over.
The end? No?
Ooh.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the?
No.
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Yes, someone's inside.
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. Oh. This can't be.
Oh my god, he burnt the evidence. You sly fuck. Congratulations, guys. We did it. We completed episode 3. Episode 3. To me, this is episode 2 because it was actually a trial, unlike the second one. Oh, we're doing investigation again. Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Yeah? Okay. Well, usually I do, once again, an introduction into the next chapter so that we have like a cliffhanger to, like, you know, get into the next one. But that cutscene, I'm pretty sure, did enough of the job, so I'm not gonna do that just because it's time for me to end it here today. Ooh, that was intense. Okay, well, as usual, I will be playing Ace Attorney again tomorrow, so for those that would like to see the continuation from where we left off, leave off today, please come tomorrow, 8 PM as per usual, and we will experience what the fuck is going on. But I think we're gonna be with Sherlock Sholmes again, which is exciting. That trial was very heavy, so I'd like a comedic relief, please. Alright. I will be ending it here, of course. Thank you to everyone that has stayed and watched through the stream today. Thank you to everyone that has dropped by as well. I appreciate all the comments that you have left behind. There's all the shorts that I mentioned that I was gonna extra shorts that I was gonna post last week. As I mentioned at the start of the stream, but for those that weren't there, I scheduled it on the wrong day, and I'm so embarrassed about that thought that I'm going to just schedule it back onto the Friday that it was meant to that my shorts usually come out. So the shorts from last week that I said that I was going to post that week is just going to be this week's one, but I will post an extra one for this week, don't worry, because this means you know that I'm still trying to recover from that embarrassment. The fucking horror, the shock on my face, if you guys saw, like me looking through, trying to see, like, I swear to God that there should have been a video that came out, why didn't I see it? And then I open it and see that it was scheduled for another day, which, I'd be damned, I'd be damned. But yes, that will be on Friday. So that's all for my scheduling, I guess. Tomorrow, more Ace Attorney. Friday, my scheduled shorts, and then another Saturday stream, which I guess tomorrow I'll tell, or, you know, Saturday streams are very impromptu, so it's either you guys will see the waiting room for Saturday come up, or I'll post it on Twitter /X, or I'll say something tomorrow if I decide on what I'll do. But yes. I'll be ending the stream now. Remember, everyone, go hydrate if you haven't already. Go grab a snack. My water's nearly running out, so I have to go do that. Go eat if you haven't already. For the rest of us, have a good rest of your night,
rest up. If not, everyone else, have a good rest of your day. Take care, everyone. Oh my god, this case. Me signing out. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'll see you in the next stream. Oh, that was intense. Bye-bye.